Welcome to Mythical Vision, the place where ancient legends come to life, guiding you into a peaceful, serene sleep. Before we start our journey tonight, take a moment to comment where you're listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. We'd love to know how far our stories reach. If you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe so you never miss a new adventure under the stars. Now let us begin. The night was calm, with only the gentle rustling of leaves whispering through the trees. A soft breeze carried with it the scent of distant waters. A reminder that in this world stories and legends linger in the air, waiting for someone to listen. You lie comfortably beneath your blankets, your eyelids growing heavier and your mind begins to wander, drifting to a place where heroes and gods rule the lands of myth. The story begins on the shores of ancient Greece, where the sea kissed the golden sands and the sky stretched out, infinite and endless. It is here, in this tranquil setting, that a young prince named Theseus stood on the edge of a new beginning. He had grown strong, both in body and mind, under the watchful eyes of his father, King Aegeus of Athens. His future, like many young heroes, was filled with uncertainty. But one thing was clear. Theseus was destined for greatness. He was not yet a king, but in his heart he knew he would be one day. He had already proven his bravery, strength, and wisdom, yet there was one challenge that awaited him. A challenge that would take him deep into the heart of darkness, a place where even the bravest men feared to tread. It was a challenge that would test him in ways he could never have imagined. Aegeus, his father, had been a ruler who held the trust and love of his people, but his heart was heavy with the weight of a curse that had haunted Athens for many years. The people of Athens were forced to send 7 of their finest youth, 7 young men and 7 young women, every year to the island of Crete, where they were sacrificed to a monstrous creature known as the Minotaur. The beast lived in the heart of a labyrinth, a maze so complex and confusing that none had ever found their way out. No one had ever returned from Crete once they entered that cursed maze, and the people of Athens were left in mourning each time the sacrifices were made. Athens was forced to live with this dark pact until one day Theseus could bear it no longer. He promised his father that he would be the one to put an end to the monster's reign. He would go to Crete, enter the labyrinth, and face the Minotaur, no matter the cost. In the quiet of the royal chambers, Theseus made preparations for the journey ahead. His heart beat with the anticipation of what lay beyond the horizon. He was young, but in his eyes burned the spirit of a man far older than his years. His father, Aegeus, reluctant but understanding, gave him his blessing. He provided him with a ship, a crew of the bravest men in Athens, and the promise of a quick return. Theseus had vowed to come back victorious, alive, and strong. The journey to Crete was long, and the seas were not always kind. Theseus and his crew encountered fierce storms, towering waves, and the relentless winds of the Aegean. But no matter how rough the sea grew, the hero pressed forward, his eyes fixed on the distant land where his fate awaited. Each night, he would stand at the bow of the ship, gazing into the endless horizon as though searching for a sign, a glimpse of what was to come. The closer they drew to Crete, the more the weight of his mission began to settle upon his shoulders. Though his resolve was unwavering, a part of him felt the hard fingers of doubt beginning to creep in. But he shook it off, for he was Theseus, and he knew what had to be done. When the ship finally docked at the shores of Crete, Theseus and his men were met by the people of the island. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they spoke of the Minotaur with a tremor in their voices. Some had heard whispers of its cruelty, of how it hunted down any who dared to enter its domain, and how the labyrinth had become a place of legend where no man or woman had ever returned. The king of Crete, Minos, greeted Theseus with cold indifference, aware of the tradition and of the sacrifice that had to be made. Yet there was something about the young prince that intrigued him. Perhaps it was the fire in his eyes, or the determination that radiated from his every step. Minos, though a king of great power, could not deny that he felt a strange sense of respect for the youth standing before him. "Your people have sent you here," Minos said, with a voice that echoed through the grand hall, "and you are prepared to face the creature within the labyrinth. But know this, young prince. Many have entered, but none have ever returned. What makes you think you are different? Theseus met his gaze without flinching. I am not like the others, he replied. I will face the Minotaur, and I will return, for the people of Athens will no longer suffer. Minos stared at him for a long moment before nodding slowly. He turned and gestured for Theseus to follow him, leading him through the winding corridors of the palace. They reached a vast chamber where the entrance to the labyrinth lay. It was a towering stone structure, its walls etched with ancient symbols, and the air around it felt thick with mystery. This is the labyrinth, Minos said. Within its walls lies the Minotaur, and death awaits all who enter. But if you are determined to succeed, you must remember one thing. Once you enter, you must not turn back. There is no escape. Theseus nodded, his heart steady, his mind clear. I will not turn back. I will face the beast and end this curse. Minos gave him a final measured look before leading him inside. The labyrinth stretched before them, its twisting passages seeming to disappear into the shadows. Theseus stepped forward without hesitation, his feet moving swiftly as he navigated the maze. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, but he did not falter. He was driven by the thought of his people, of the suffering that had plagued Athens for so long. As he moved deeper into the labyrinth, Theseus felt the oppressive weight of the darkness around him. The walls seemed to close in, and the silence was deafening. Every step echoed through the corridors, but there was no response, no movement save for the sound of his own breath. The labyrinth seemed to stretch on endlessly, an ancient creature of stone and shadow designed to confuse and trap those who dared enter. But Theseus was not lost. He had a plan. He had come prepared, for in his possession was a ball of thread, a gift from Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos. She had seen the determination in his eyes and had fallen in love with him at first sight. With a kind heart she had offered him the thread, telling him that if he tied one end to the entrance and unraveled it as he moved through the labyrinth, he would always have a way to find his way back. As he advanced, Theseus tied the thread to a pillar, ensuring it was secure. Slowly he unwound it as he proceeded, the thin line a lifeline that would guide him out if he needed it. He moved through the labyrinth with purpose, following the twists and turns, trusting in the path he had set for himself. Hours passed as he ventured deeper into the heart of the maze. His body grew weary, but his spirit remained unwavering. Every now and then he would hear something, an echo, a rustle in the shadows, but it was only his imagination, or so he told himself. He pressed on, his mind focused solely on the goal ahead. And then, just as he thought he could go no further, he heard it, the sound of heavy breathing, low and guttural. It echoed through the corridors, reverberating off the stone walls. Theseus stopped in his tracks, his heart racing. The Minotaur was near. With every step the sound grew louder until at last he came upon the creature. It stood in a vast chamber, its monstrous form towering in the dim light. Its body was that of a man, but its head was that of a bull. Great horns curved upward from its skull, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly fury. The creature snorted, its breath coming in ragged gasps, and it turned to face Theseus, its gaze locking with his. The Minotaur bellowed, a sound that shook the very foundations of the labyrinth, and charged toward him with terrifying speed. But Theseus, quick as lightning, dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the beast's horns. His heart pounded in his chest as he drew his sword, his eyes never leaving the creature. The Minotaur lunged again, its massive fists swinging with deadly force. Theseus ducked and dodged, his movements fluid, as if he had trained for this moment his entire life. He knew that the only way to defeat the beast was to strike at its heart. He had to be fast, precise, and unrelenting. The battle raged on, with the Minotaur striking, and Theseus parrying each blow. Sweat dripped down Theseus's face, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he moved with a grace that belied the weight of his armor. With every move he could feel the beast growing more desperate, more enraged, but he did not waver. This was his moment. This was his destiny. Finally, with a swift and powerful strike, Theseus drove his sword deep into the Minotaur's chest. The creature let out a final, blood-curdling scream before it collapsed to the ground, its body limp and lifeless. Theseus stood over the fallen creature, his chest heaving with exhaustion. He had done it. He had slain the Minotaur, and with it he had brought an end to the curse that had plagued his people for so long. The labyrinth, once a place of fear and death, now seemed to stand still, as though the very stones themselves recognized his victory. As he began to make his way back through the labyrinth, the thread guiding him safely toward the exit, he felt a deep sense of pride and relief. His task was complete. The people of Athens would no longer have to suffer, and he would return home as a hero. But the journey was not over yet. There were still challenges ahead, still adventures to be had. Theseus knew this. He knew that the world was vast and the road before him was long. But for now he could rest, for he had fulfilled his destiny, and nothing could take that away. Theseus continued to wind his way through the labyrinth, the dim light flickering around him as he followed the thread. The weight of his victory began to settle upon him, a momentary calm that spread through his body. His steps felt lighter now, as though the very air around him had changed. He was no longer just a prince. He had become something more, something that would be remembered for generations. But even in the quiet, his thoughts stirred. He thought of the people of Athens, who would hear of his triumph and cheer for his bravery. He thought of his father, King Aegeus, who had sent him on this perilous journey with nothing more than a prayer for his return. Theseus had promised to come back victorious, and now he had. But the path ahead still seemed uncertain. As he drew closer to the entrance of the labyrinth, he could feel the familiar rhythm of his heart returning to a steady beat. The labyrinth was a place of fear, yes, but it was also a place of transformation. The walls, once intimidating and oppressive, seemed to shrink away as he approached the exit, as if acknowledging his victory. The thread that had guided him, once an insignificant tool, now felt like the thread of fate itself, woven into the tapestry of his story. He stepped into the open air, and the brightness of the sky nearly blinded him after the long hours spent in the darkness of the maze. The scent of the ocean filled his lungs, fresh and salty, and the sound of the waves crashing against the shore brought a sense of peace to his mind. He paused for a moment, standing still as the warm sun bathed his face, grounding him in the present. The storm of battle was over. Now was the time for rest. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for the ship that had brought him to Crete. It was anchored in the distance, a small figure against the vastness of the sea, waiting for him to return. Theseus knew that he would not return alone. He would bring with him the story of his triumph, a story that would become legend. As he made his way back toward the shore, the sounds of footsteps echoed behind him. His crew, loyal men who had followed him into the labyrinth, had been waiting. They greeted him with smiles and cheers, their voices loud with relief. They had feared for his life, but now as they saw him walking toward them, unharmed and victorious, they knew that their faith had been well placed. "Theseus!" one of them shouted, his voice filled with admiration. "You did it! You truly did it!" Theseus nodded, his expression calm, but his eyes carried the weight of all he had experienced. "It is done," he said simply. "The Minotaur is no more." The crew erupted into cheers, their voices rising into the air as if to carry the news across the seas. Theseus smiled, but in his heart he knew that this victory was not just his own. It belonged to all of Athens, to his father, to his people who had suffered for so long. It was their triumph as much as it was his. They set sail from Crete, the ship cutting through the waves with ease, as if the very ocean itself was welcoming them home. Theseus stood at the bow, gazing out at the endless expanse of water. He could feel the power of the sea, the vastness of the world, and the uncertainty of what lay beyond the horizon. He had faced darkness and emerged victorious, but he knew that this was only one chapter in a much greater story. As the ship sailed on, Theseus's thoughts turned to Ariadne, the woman who had given him the thread that had guided him through the labyrinth. He had promised to return to her, and though his heart was heavy with the knowledge that their love was not meant to be, he would keep his word. The gods, it seemed, had a plan of their own, one that Theseus could not yet see. The day turned to evening, and the sky above was painted with hues of pink and orange, the colors of a sunset that seemed to carry with it both peace and longing. Theseus stood silently, lost in thought as the ship sailed ever closer to Athens. The familiar coastline appeared on the horizon, and his heart swelled with pride. It had been a long journey filled with peril and uncertainty, but now as he gazed at the shores of his homeland, he knew that his quest had not only changed his life, but had changed the fate of his people. He had fulfilled his promise, and in doing so, he had forged his name into the annals of legend. But as the ship sailed on, Theseus knew that his journey was far from over. There were still battles to fight, still challenges to face. The world was full of stories waiting to be written, and his name would continue to be etched into the pages of history. The journey to Athens was one of both triumph and loss, for though Theseus had slain the Minotaur and ended the curse upon his people, his heart was not without sorrow. Ariadne, the woman who'd given him the thread, had hoped for a future together, a life beyond the labyrinth. But the gods had different plans. Theseus had promised to return to her, but the tides of fate had swept her away to another island. He would never see her again. And so, as the ship approached the shores of Athens, Theseus stood silently at the bow, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The wind carried with it the promise of new adventures, but also the weight of what had been lost. The gods, as they often did, had intervened in the lives of mortals, and Theseus understood that fate was not always kind. As the ship docked on the shores of Athens, the people gathered, their faces filled with hope and anticipation. They had heard the stories of the Minotaur's defeat, but now, seeing their hero return, they could hardly believe their eyes. Theseus stepped off the ship, his chest swelling with pride as the people cheered. His name would be sung in the streets, his deeds immortalized in songs and stories for generations to come. But even as the celebrations began, Theseus knew that the journey was never truly over. Heroes, after all, never find rest. There would always be another challenge, another test of strength and character. Yet for now, as the sun set over Athens and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Theseus could allow himself to savor this moment. He had done what he set out to do, and his name would be remembered for as long as the world turned. And so, as the night fell over the city, Theseus rested, for even heroes need sleep. And as the moon rose high above the hills of Athens, Theseus allowed himself to drift into a peaceful slumber, knowing that his legacy had only just begun. As the night deepened and the stars sparkled above, Theseus lay in his bed, the echoes of his triumph still resonating in his heart. His journey had been long and fraught with challenges, but now at last he had brought peace to Athens. The Minotaur was no more, and the curse that had haunted his people for so many years had been lifted. As sleep began to take him, Theseus's mind drifted back to the labyrinth, the battle and the Shafjal, and the sacrifices made. But in his dreams there were no monsters, no shadows lurking in the dark. Instead, he found himself walking the peaceful shores of Crete, the wind gentle in his hair and the waves softly crashing at his feet. The world, for a brief moment, felt calm, as though the gods themselves had taken a breath and allowed the earth to rest. And so Theseus slept. The night passed quietly, the sounds of the city and the distant sea lulling him into deeper slumber. His adventures would live on in the stories told around campfires and in the halls of great palaces. His name would be spoken with reverence, a symbol of strength, courage, and the eternal fight against darkness. But for now, in the stillness of the night, Theseus could rest. His journey had ended for the moment, but as with all heroes, another adventure was always waiting on the horizon. The winds of fate would call again when the time was right, and Theseus, like all great legends, would rise once more. For now, though, the hero could sleep, knowing that his story had been written and the world would never forget the name of Theseus. It was on this radiant day long ago that the goddess Aphrodite emerged, a being of such beauty that the heavens and earth seemed to pause in awe. Born from the sea foam, Aphrodite rose standing upon a scalloped shell that glided effortlessly over the azure waves. Her golden hair flowed like liquid sunlight, and her skin glowed with a warmth that rivaled the morning sun. As the gentle winds carried her toward the shore, the gods of Olympus turned their gazes downward, their attention captured by this ethereal being. Zeus, the mighty ruler of the gods, declared her goddess of Olympus, her presence too magnificent to ignore. From that moment, Aphrodite became known as the goddess of love, beauty, and desire, her very existence a reminder of the power of attraction and the mysteries of the heart. But Aphrodite was more than her beauty. Her charm was a force that could stir the passions of gods and mortals alike. When she stepped onto the land, flowers bloomed in her wake, and the air grew sweeter, as though nature itself rejoiced in her presence. She was adorned with a girdle that amplified her allure, a gift from Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, who would later become her husband. Yet their union was one of convenience, not passion. For Aphrodite's heart was as free as the wind. Among her many admirers was Ares, the god of war. Their love affair was as intense as it was forbidden, a union of beauty and brutality that seemed paradoxical, yet inevitable. Together they shared stolen moments that spoke of both tenderness and fire, their connection unyielding despite the judgment of others. From their union came children who embodied both love and strife, for such was the nature of their bond. Aphrodite's influence extended far beyond her romantic entanglements. She was a goddess who shaped destinies, weaving love stories that would echo through eternity. One such story was that of Pygmalion, a sculptor who despaired at the flaws he saw in mortal women. He poured his heart into crafting a statue, a woman of unparalleled beauty carved from ivory. As he worked, he prayed to Aphrodite, asking her to grant him a companion as perfect as his creation. Moved by his devotion, Aphrodite breathed life into the statue, transforming it into a living, breathing woman. Pygmalion named her Galatea, and together they shared a love that was pure and unshakable. Aphrodite's blessing was a testament to her power to ignite passion and create bonds that transcended the ordinary. Yet Aphrodite's gifts were not always blessings. Her presence could be a double-edged sword. This is seen in the tale of Helen of Troy. When Paris, a prince of Troy, was asked to judge the fairest among the goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, he was swayed by Aphrodite's promise of the most beautiful woman in the world as his bride. That woman was Helen, whose abduction by Paris would ignite the Trojan War, a conflict that would shape the fate of nations. Through it all, Aphrodite remained enigmatic, a goddess whose actions were as unpredictable as the tides. She was a protector of lovers, a muse for artists, and a force that could bring both joy and despair. Mortals and gods alike sought her favor, their lives forever changed by her touch. One of Aphrodite's most poignant stories was her love for Adonis, a mortal of extraordinary beauty. Their love was a bittersweet melody, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life and the enduring power of love. Adonis was a hunter, brave and skilled, yet his fate was sealed by the jealousy of other gods. When a wild boar sent by a vengeful deity fatally wounded Adonis, Aphrodite rushed to his side, her grief a palpable force that echoed through the heavens. In her sorrow she transformed his blood into anemones, delicate flowers that symbolized both the fragility and the beauty of life. She petitioned Zeus to allow Adonis to spend part of the year with her in the underworld, and the other part among the living, creating a cycle that mirrored the changing seasons. Aphrodite's legacy was one of duality. She was a goddess who inspired love but also revealed its complexities. Her stories were filled with triumphs and tragedies, moments of bliss and heartache that reflected the human condition. She was a goddess who understood the depths of emotion. Her own experiences a testament to the power and peril of love. As the stars emerged to light the evening sky, Aphrodite's tale continued to weave itself into the fabric of history and myth. Her essence lingered in the hearts of those who loved and were loved, a reminder that beauty and passion were gifts to be cherished, even in their imperfection. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, stood as an eternal symbol of the forces that bind us together, her story as timeless as the waves that once carried her to shore. Even after countless ages, Aphrodite's presence continued to ripple through the world, shaping lives in ways both profound and subtle. She was not just the goddess of romantic love, but of all forms of connection. The fleeting glance between strangers, the deep bond of friendship, and even the admiration of one's own reflection. Wherever there was a spark of affection or desire, Aphrodite's influence could be felt. One tale that exemplified her far-reaching impact was the story of Psyche, a mortal whose beauty rivaled even Aphrodite's. Her radiance was so breathtaking that people began to worship her as if she were a goddess, neglecting their offerings to Aphrodite herself. Jealousy stirred in the heart of the love goddess, for she could not tolerate being overshadowed by a mere mortal. Aphrodite devised a plan to humble Psyche, instructing her son Eros, the god of love, to strike Psyche with one of his arrows and make her fall hopelessly in love with the most hideous creature he could find. But fate is a trickster, even to the gods. As Eros approached Psyche, ready to carry out his mother's will, he accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow. In that instant, he fell deeply in love with her. Unable to harm her, he kept his feelings a secret, but his affection set in motion a series of trials that would forever intertwine their fates. Psyche's beauty, though divine, brought her no joy. No man dared to ask for her hand, believing she was too perfect to belong to a mortal. Her father, desperate to find a solution, sought the advice of the oracle of Delphi. The oracle, influenced by Aphrodite's unseen hand, decreed that Psyche was destined to marry a monstrous being who awaited her on a rocky cliff. Heartbroken but resigned, Psyche accepted her fate and climbed to the designated place, ready to meet her doom. Yet instead of a monster, Psyche was whisked away by a gentle wind to a palace of unimaginable beauty. There she lived in luxury, attended by unseen servants who catered to her every need. Each night, her mysterious husband came to her, his voice soft and kind, but he forbade her from ever gazing upon his face. Though she could not see him, Psyche began to fall in love with the stranger who treated her with such tenderness. Despite her growing happiness, doubt crept into Psyche's heart. Her sisters, envious of her newfound fortune, planted seeds of suspicion, convincing her that her husband must be a terrible beast. Overcome with curiosity and fear, Psyche waited, until her husband slept and lit a lamp to look upon him. To her astonishment, she saw not a monster but Eros himself, his radiant beauty leaving her breathless. In her shock, a drop of oil from the lamp fell onto his shoulder, waking him. Betrayed by her lack of trust, Eros fled, leaving Psyche alone and heartbroken. When Aphrodite learned of Psyche's actions, her jealousy turned to fury. She subjected Psyche to a series of nearly impossible tasks, each designed to break her spirit. Psyche was ordered to sort an enormous pile of mixed grains by dawn, to gather golden fleece from dangerous rams, and to retrieve water from a perilous river guarded by serpents. Each time, Psyche received unexpected help. Ants sorted the grains, a river spirit guided her to safety, and an eagle fetched the water. It was as though the universe itself conspired to aid her, recognizing the purity of her love. The final task was the most dangerous of all. Psyche was instructed to descend into the underworld and retrieve a fragment of Persephone's beauty in a small box. Knowing she might never return, Psyche bravely journeyed into the realm of the dead, her determination unshaken. She succeeded in obtaining the box, but her curiosity once again got the better of her. Believing the box contained a beauty that might make her worthy of Eros, she opened it only to be struck down by a deadly sleep. Eros, who had been watching from afar, could no longer bear to see Psyche suffer. He flew to her side, reviving her with a kiss and carrying her to Olympus. There, he pleaded with Zeus to allow their union. Moved by their devotion, Zeus granted Psyche immortality, making her a goddess so that she and Eros could be together for eternity. Even Aphrodite, seeing their unshakable bond, set aside her jealousy and blessed their marriage. Through Psyche's story, Aphrodite demonstrated both the trials and the triumphs of love. It was not always easy or painless, but it was a force that could overcome even the greatest obstacles. Psyche's transformation from a mortal to a goddess symbolized the elevation of love itself, a journey from the mundane to the divine, from doubt to faith. Aphrodite's tales often explored this complexity, Another poignant example came from the tragic story of Hippolytus, a mortal who shunned love and worshipped only Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Feeling spurned, Aphrodite sought to teach him the folly of scorning her gifts. She caused his stepmother Phaedra to fall desperately in love with him, a desire that could never be fulfilled. When Hippolytus rejected Phaedra's advances, her humiliation drove her to accuse him falsely, leading to his exile and eventual death. Though the story ended in tragedy, it underscored a lesson Aphrodite imparted time and again. To deny love is to deny an essential part of one's humanity. Aphrodite was not a goddess who played by mortal rules. She embodied the chaos and unpredictability of love, its power to create and destroy, to heal and to wound. Yet she also represented hope. The belief that no matter how dark the circumstances, love could illuminate the way forward. Her influence continued to ripple through history. Her name whispered in prayers and poetry, her essence immortalized in art and song. Wherever hearts beat with longing, wherever eyes met across a crowded room, wherever a single flower bloomed in defiance of winter's chill, Aphrodite was there, her spirit woven into the fabric of life itself. Underneath the cerulean skies of Cyprus, where Aphrodite's sanctuary stood as a gleaming testament to her divinity, a new story unfolded. This tale began in the bustling city of Amethyst, a place where mortals thrived under her gaze, often leaving offerings of roses, gold, and doves to win her favor. Among the people of the city lived a young woman named Ianthe, whose beauty was whispered about in every market and courtyard. Though she was graceful and kind, Ianthe never considered herself special. She worked diligently in her family's vineyard, tending to the vines that climbed over hills kissed by the Mediterranean sun. Ianthe's life changed one warm spring morning when she ventured to Aphrodite's temple to offer freshly picked flowers. She arranged a crown of violets and lilies, weaving them together with great care, and placed it at the feet of the goddess's statue. As she knelt, her whispered prayer rose like a melody carried by the warm coastal breeze. She asked not for love, but for courage, the courage to make her own path in a world that often seemed determined to define it for her. Unbeknownst to Ianthe, Aphrodite herself stood unseen within the temple, listening. The goddess's curiosity was piqued. Mortals often begged her for beauty, affection, or revenge upon unfaithful lovers, but rarely did one ask for strength of heart. Aphrodite decided she would grant Ianthe's prayer, but not in the way the young woman expected. That evening, as the last rays of sunlight faded into twilight, Ianthe returned home to find a stranger waiting by the vineyard. The man was strikingly handsome, his dark curls catching the light of the lanterns, and his smile warm yet mysterious. "I am Theos," he introduced himself, bowing deeply. "I am a traveler in need of shelter for the night." Ianthe hesitated, but her kind heart won over her caution. She invited him into her home, offering bread and wine. As they spoke, she noticed there was something otherworldly about him, though she could not place it. His voice was smooth as honey, his laughter like a song. Theos was no ordinary traveler. He was a mortal favored by Aphrodite, sent to be a part of Ianthe's journey. For days he lingered in Amethyst, helping in the vineyard and accompanying Ianthe to the markets. As they spent time together, Ianthe began to feel something stir within her, a warmth that frightened her as much as it thrilled her. Theos, too, seemed to grow closer to her, his eyes lingering on hers a little longer each day. But not all love stories are free of obstacles. Ianthe's beauty and growing connection with Theos had not gone unnoticed. Among the suitors who had pursued her in vain was Calin, a wealthy merchant whose arrogance was rivaled only by his greed. He had long desired Ianthe not for her heart, but for the prestige her beauty would bring to his household. When he saw her walking through the marketplace with Theos, her laughter echoing like music, jealousy burned in his chest. Calin devised a plan to rid himself of his rival. He spread whispers throughout the city that Theos was a thief preying on unsuspecting families. The rumors grew, fueled by Calin's wealth and influence, until they reached the ears of the local magistrate. Theos was seized and brought to trial. his protests drowned out by the accusations of Caelen's allies. Heartbroken, Ianthe went to Aphrodite's temple, falling to her knees before the goddess's statue. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded for help. "Please, great goddess, if you hear me, save him. He is kind, and I cannot bear to see him suffer for a crime he did not commit." Aphrodite, watching from Olympus, could not ignore Ianthe's anguish. That night, as Caelin slept in his grand estate, the goddess appeared to him in a dream. Her form was radiant and terrifying, her voice like thunder. "You dare to twist love into a weapon of deceit and jealousy," she demanded. "Your greed will be your undoing." When Caelin awoke, he found his wealth turned to ash and his home reduced to ruins. The city's people, seeing this as a sign of divine wrath, turned against him. The magistrate, fearful of Aphrodite's judgment, released Theos and restored his honor. But Aphrodite was not yet finished. She appeared to Ianthe and Theos in the vineyard under the moonlight, her presence overwhelming, the air itself shimmering with her radiance. "I have watched your journey," she said, her voice gentle now. "Ianthe, your courage in the face of loss and your unwavering heart have proven you worthy of my blessing. Theos, your devotion is a light that guides her. Together you embody the love that I hold most dear, a love forged in truth and resilience." With a wave of her hand, the vines around them burst into bloom, their grapes gleaming like jewels in the moonlight. "Your vineyard will prosper for generations, a testament to your bond. But remember, love is not without effort. It grows only when nurtured." And with that, she vanished, leaving behind a fragrance of roses and the faint sound of laughter on the wind. Theos and Ianthe, bound by trials and triumphs, lived their days tending the vineyard and their nights under the stars. Their love became a quiet but enduring legacy, their story one of the many whispered among mortals, a reminder of Aphrodite's watchful gaze and her penchant for weaving beauty from even the most tangled threads of fate. Years passed, and the vineyard thrived as Aphrodite had promised. Its grapes grew sweeter with each season, their wines sought after by travelers from distant lands. The vineyard became a place of gathering, where laughter and music filled the air, and its fame brought prosperity to the town of Amethyst. Yet for Ianthe and Theos, their joy was not in the riches it brought, but in the life they built together. Their love deepened with time, not fading, but maturing like the finest of their wines. They worked side by side each day, finding solace in the rhythm of their labor. Theos would often hum a tune as he tended the vines, and Ianthe's laughter was a melody of its own as she carried baskets of grapes. Their bond was not grand or dramatic, but steady and enduring, a reflection of the goddess's true gift to them. But life, even one blessed by a goddess, was not without its shadows. As they aged, their once boundless energy began to wane. Theos's hands grew slower, Ianthe's steps less quick. Yet they faced these changes with the same quiet courage they had shown in their youth. Their love did not falter, and their gratitude for one another only grew. One evening, as the sun dipped low and bathed the vineyard in hues of gold and crimson, Theos and Ianthe sat beneath the ancient olive tree that stood at the heart of their land. They held hands, their fingers intertwined, as they watched the light fade into twilight. The years had etched lines upon their faces, but their eyes still sparkled with the same warmth they had shared from the beginning. "Ianthe," Theos said softly, his voice like the breeze that rustled the leaves above them, "if I could live this life over again, I would not change a thing. Every moment, every trial was worth it to be by your side." Tears welled in Ianthe's eyes, but her smile was radiant. "And I, Theos, would choose you 1,000 times over. You are my heart, my anchor, my everything." As the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, a gentle breeze swept through the vineyard, carrying with it the faint scent of roses. Ianthe and Theos felt its warmth envelop them, and in that moment they knew they were not alone. Aphrodite watched from afar, her gaze tender as she beheld the couple whose love had endured the tests of time. With a whisper that echoed through the wind, she spoke, "You have honored my blessing with your devotion and your hearts. Now I will honor you." That night, as the moon shone brightly over the vineyard, Theos and Ianthe fell into a peaceful slumber beneath the olive tree. When the morning came, they did not wake. Their mortal forms lay still, but their faces were serene, their hands still clasped together. The people of Amethyst mourned their passing, yet they celebrated the legacy of love and courage that Ianthe and Theos left behind. The vineyard continued to flourish, and the story of the couple blessed by Aphrodite became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. Some say that on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the vines, you can still hear the laughter of Ianthe and Theos, and the faint strains of a melody carried on the breeze. The olive tree beneath which they rested grew taller and stronger, its roots entwined with the earth, and its branches reaching toward the heavens. And so their love lived on, not just in the vineyard or the stories told by the townspeople, but in the hearts of all who heard their tale. For in the end, love, as Aphrodite herself had shown, is eternal. The goddess, content with their legacy, turned her gaze to the horizon, where countless other stories awaited her touch. For as long as there were hearts to guide, Aphrodite would always find a way to weave her magic into the fabric of the world. Our story begins in the peaceful city of Troezen, a small yet thriving settlement nestled near the coastline of the Aegean Sea. In this tranquil place, under the care of his mother, Aethra, a boy named Theseus grew up, unaware of the destiny awaiting him. His days were filled with sunlight and sea breezes, but even as a child he displayed an unyielding strength and a curiosity that set him apart. It was only as Theseus approached manhood that the weight of his lineage began to unfold. Aethra, his mother, sat him down beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree and told him his father was Aegeus, the mighty king of Athens. She spoke of the time before Theseus's birth, when Aegeus left Troezen after hiding a sword and sandals beneath a massive stone. Aegeus had left a single instruction. If the child they conceived was strong enough to lift the stone, he would be worthy to claim his place in Athens as heir to the throne. Determined to uncover his birthright, Theseus followed his mother to the stone. It stood alone in a quiet grove, its surface weathered by time but unmoving. The air seemed heavy with anticipation as Theseus approached it, his hands brushing the rough surface. He crouched low, planting his feet firmly in the earth, and summoned all the strength he possessed. Muscles strained, sweat glistened on his brow, and the stone trembled. With one final effort, he heaved it aside, revealing the sword and sandals buried beneath. Aethra's eyes filled with pride, but also a tinge of sorrow. She knew the path before her son would not be easy. As Theseus gripped the sword, he felt a sense of purpose awaken within him. The journey to Athens would be long and perilous, yet Theseus was resolute. He would not take the safe path by sea as others advised. Instead, he chose to travel by land, where danger lurked at every turn. The road to Athens was fraught with trials, each testing Theseus's courage and wit. One by one, he encountered the scourges of the countryside, men and monsters who preyed upon travelers. Among them was Periphetes, a bandit who wielded a massive club to strike down his victims. Theseus confronted him with fearlessness, disarming him and using the club against him. From that day forward, the club became Theseus's weapon of choice, a symbol of his growing legend. Another trial brought Theseus face to face with Sinis, the pine bender, who tied travelers to bent trees and tore them apart. Using Sinis' own method against him, Theseus defeated the bandit and freed the road of his cruelty. He continued onward, overcoming challenges that would have crushed a lesser man. By the time he reached Athens, Theseus had become a hero to those who had heard of his deeds. In Athens, Theseus was not immediately recognized by his father, King Aegeus, though his arrival sparked whispers among the court. It was not until Theseus presented the sword and sandals that Aegeus embraced him as his son. The city rejoiced, yet a shadow loomed over Athens. For years the city had been under the oppressive rule of King Minos of Crete. Minos demanded a horrific tribute every 9 years. 7 young men and 7 young women from Athens were sent to Crete to face the Minotaur, a monstrous creature imprisoned within an elaborate labyrinth. The Minotaur, born of a curse upon Minos' family, was a terrifying beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull. It devoured all who entered its lair, a sacrifice meant to appease the wrath of the gods. When Theseus learned of this tribute, his heart burned with anger. He could not stand by while his people lived in fear. Though Aegeus pleaded with him to stay, Theseus volunteered to be among the 14 tributes. His decision filled the city with both admiration and dread. Before Theseus departed, Aegeus asked him to raise white sails on his ship if he returned victorious, a sign that he had survived the ordeal. Theseus agreed, though the journey ahead was uncertain. The voyage to Crete was somber, the ship heavy with the weight of the tribute's fear, but Theseus remained calm, his resolve unshaken. Upon arrival, the tributes were presented to King Minos, whose presence was as imposing as the labyrinth itself. It was here that fate took an unexpected turn. Ariadne, the daughter of Minos, saw Theseus among the tributes, and felt an undeniable pull toward him. Moved by a mixture of compassion and love, Ariadne approached Theseus in secret. She offered him a lifeline, a ball of thread. She explained that the labyrinth was a maddening maze designed so that none who entered could escape. By unspooling the thread as he ventured deeper, he would be able to retrace his steps. In return, Ariadne asked Theseus to take her with him if he succeeded. Theseus agreed, and their fates became intertwined. As night fell, the tributes were led into the labyrinth. The entrance loomed before them, dark and foreboding, its yawning mouth swallowing all light. The air inside was cold and damp, the walls slick with moss. Theseus gripped the ball of thread tightly, tying one end to the entrance before venturing forth. The labyrinth was a living nightmare, its twisting passages disorienting and endless. The silence was broken only by the distant growls of the Minotaur, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Theseus moved carefully, his torch casting flickering shadows that danced like ghosts along the walls. As he delved deeper, the growls grew louder, more guttural, until finally he saw it. The Minotaur stood in a wide chamber, its massive frame illuminated by the dim glow of Theseus's torch. Its eyes burned with savage hunger, and its breath came in harsh, guttural snorts. The beast was both man and monster, a grotesque amalgamation of strength and fury. The battle began with a deafening roar as the Minotaur charged. Theseus sidestepped at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the beast's horns. He struck with his sword, but the creature's hide was thick, and the blade barely penetrated. The Minotaur retaliated, its fists pounding the ground with enough force to shake the walls. Theseus knew he could not rely on brute strength alone. He studied the creature's movements, looking for an opening. The Minotaur lunged again, its horns aimed to impale, but Theseus ducked low and drove his sword upward, grazing the beast's side. Enraged, the Minotaur let out a deafening bellow, swiping at Theseus with a clawed hand. The battle raged on, the chamber echoing with the sounds of their struggle. Theseus's breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles burning with exertion. At last he saw his chance. As the Minotaur charged once more, Theseus stepped aside and thrust his sword deep into the creature's chest. The Minotaur let out a final, shuddering roar before collapsing to the ground. Victorious but weary, Theseus retraced his steps, following the thread back to the entrance. Along the way, he gathered the other tributes, leading them out of the labyrinth and into the cool night air. Freedom had never felt so sweet. As Theseus emerged from the labyrinth with the other tributes, the cool night air filled their lungs with relief and renewed hope. The night sky above Crete stretched endlessly, stars twinkling as if the gods themselves watched the scene unfold. The shadow of the labyrinth still loomed behind them, but the nightmare of the Minotaur was over. True to his word, Theseus sought out Ariadne, who waited anxiously by the shore where the Athenian ship lay anchored. When she saw him alive, her heart swelled with joy, for she had risked everything to help him. Together they boarded the ship, carrying with them not only the surviving tributes, but also the weight of a victory that would echo through the ages. Whatever the truth, Ariadne's absence weighed heavily on Theseus as the ship continued its journey homeward. The Aegean Sea stretched endlessly before them, its waters shimmering, under the golden light of the sun by day and glowing softly beneath the moon at night. Theseus often stood at the bow, lost in thought, his mind replaying the trials he had faced and the sacrifices that had been made. As they neared Athens, a sense of triumph began to build among the tributes. They had survived the horrors of the labyrinth and would soon reunite with their families. Yet in his weariness and sorrow, Theseus forgot the promise he had made to his father. The ship's sails, dark from the voyage, remained unchanged. From the cliffs overlooking the harbour, King Aegeus watched the horizon, his eyes scanning the waters for the return of his son. When he saw the black sails, his heart shattered, believing Theseus had perished. Overcome with despair, Aegeus threw himself into the sea below, his grief so profound that it gave the waters their name, the Aegean Sea. When Theseus arrived at the port, the news of his father's death struck him like a thunderbolt. The joy of his victory was overshadowed by the loss of Aegeus, a man he had only recently come to know as his father. The people of Athens, too, mourned their king, though they welcomed Theseus as their new leader with open arms. As king, Theseus sought to honor his father's legacy while forging his own path. He united the scattered communities of Attica, establishing Athens as a beacon of democracy and culture. He was a wise and just ruler, yet his reign was not without hardship. In his later years, Theseus faced trials that tested him not on the battlefield, but in his heart and soul. His friendship with Pirithous, a bold and reckless king, led him into dangerous ventures, including a fateful journey to the underworld. The two sought to abduct Persephone, the queen of the dead, as part of a reckless pact to marry daughters of the gods. This act of hubris angered Hades, the lord of the underworld, who trapped them on the chair of forgetfulness, binding them with unbreakable chains. Though Theseus was eventually rescued by Heracles, the ordeal left him scarred, a reminder of the consequences of overreaching ambition. Upon his return to Athens, he found his city changed. His absence had created unrest, and his once adored rule began to wane. In the end, Theseus's life came full circle, marked by both triumph and tragedy. He met his fate on the island of Skyros, where, according to legend, he was betrayed and pushed to his death by a jealous rival. Yet even in death, his legacy endured. The Athenians honored him as a hero, building temples in his name and celebrating his deeds in festivals that would span generations. The story of Theseus is one of courage and resilience, but also one of loss and the burdens of leadership. It reminds us that even the greatest heroes are human, shaped as much by their failures as their victories. Though the physical journey of Theseus came to an end, his spirit and deeds echoed long after, becoming the stuff of legend in the hearts and minds of the Athenians. His story, like a thread woven through the tapestry of time, would inspire countless generations, ensuring his name was never forgotten. The people of Athens honored Theseus not just as a hero, but as the foundation of their civilization's unity. They believed it was Theseus who had set the groundwork for what Athens would one day become, a beacon of democracy, culture, and enlightenment. Even as centuries passed, his deeds remained alive in festivals, statues, and whispered stories beneath starlit skies. Among these traditions was the celebration of the Thesaia, an annual festival held in his honor. During the Thesaia, the people gathered to offer sacrifices to Theseus, thanking him for his courage and leadership. Processions filled the streets with music and laughter, and offerings were placed at the sacred temples dedicated to him. The Temple of Theseus, a magnificent structure adorned with intricate carvings, became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking courage, guidance, and protection. But the story of Theseus, like the labyrinth he once conquered, had held twists and turns, some hidden in shadows. For while Theseus's deeds brought him eternal fame, they also revealed the complex nature of a hero. His victories were often accompanied by heartbreak, his triumphs marred by loss. Ariadne, the woman who had risked everything for him, had gone on to find happiness in another life after Theseus left her behind. She was found by Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry. In him, Ariadne found a love that transcended the pain of her abandonment. Dionysus married her, elevating her to immortality as his divine consort. Together they ruled over celebration and the joys of life, their story a testament to the unexpected paths that love can take. Theseus, however, was not so fortunate in matters of the heart. His later relationships brought him both joy and sorrow, particularly his marriage to Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons. Their union was born out of mutual respect and admiration, yet it was not without challenges. The Amazons, fierce and proud, saw the marriage as a betrayal of their values. They launched an invasion of Athens, and though Theseus ultimately defended his city, the conflict left deep scars. Hippolyta bore Theseus a son, Hippolytus, whose story would later become another tragic thread in the hero's legacy. Hippolytus grew into a noble and virtuous young man, but his life was marked by misunderstandings and jealousy. When Theseus married again, this time to Phaedra, the sister of Ariadne, a chain of events was set in motion that would lead to heartbreak. Phaedra, consumed by an unrequited love for her stepson, falsely accused him of betrayal. Theseus, blinded by anger and grief, cursed Hippolytus, calling upon the gods to punish him. The curse led to a tragic accident, and Hippolytus lost his life. When the truth of Phaedra's deception was revealed, Theseus was left devastated, the weight of his actions a heavy burden on his soul. Despite the trials that followed Theseus throughout his life, his enduring legacy lies in his unwavering determination. He was a man who faced every challenge with courage, whether it was the monstrous Minotaur, the trials of leadership, or the complexities of human relationships. And so, as we reflect on the story of Theseus, we are reminded of the many layers of heroism. It is not just the battles won or the foes defeated that define a hero, but also the resilience to face one's own flaws and the strength to carry on despite them. Even after his death, Theseus's spirit was said to linger, watching over the city he loved. The Athenians believed that in times of great peril, Theseus would rise again, lending his strength to protect them. His name became synonymous with hope and resilience, a guiding light for those who face their own labyrinths in life. And perhaps that is why the story of Theseus continues to resonate. It speaks not only of grand adventures and mythical creatures, but also of the human spirit, the capacity to endure, to grow, and to leave behind a legacy that outlives us all. And so, as Theseus' story drifts into legend, we are left with a hero whose life was as complex as the labyrinth he once braved. His victories, though mighty, were tempered by loss, and his decisions, both noble and flawed, remind us of the intricate tapestry of human experience. In the quiet moments of reflection, we may imagine Theseus standing once more at the labyrinth's entrance, his torchlight flickering against the ancient stone walls. He faces the shadows not with fear, but with purpose. It is this image of Theseus, undaunted by the unknown, guided by his inner strength, that lingers in the minds of those who hear his tale. The gods themselves, it is said, honored his spirit. Some stories whisper that in death Theseus was welcomed to the Isle of the Blessed, where heroes who had endured great trials found eternal peace. There, beneath golden skies and surrounded by gentle seas, Theseus would rest, his deeds immortalized in the stars above. Even now, when the winds sweep across the Aegean Sea, stirring the waters that bear his father's name, some say you can feel the echoes of Theseus's journey. The labyrinth may have faded into ruin, and the Minotaur may be no more, but the story remains, a guiding light for all who find themselves lost in their own labyrinths, seeking the strength to prevail. Des shimmered under a sky of deep eternal blue, its waves rolling gently against the rocky shores of Cyprus. It was here, in the embrace of the ocean's foam, that Aphrodite first emerged, a vision of beauty so divine that even the gods themselves paused in awe. Born not from mortal blood but from the severed essence of Uranus, the primordial god of the heavens, Aphrodite's arrival marked a turning point in the cosmos. As the foam gave way, she stepped onto the sands, her golden hair cascading like sunlight over her shoulders. Her eyes held the brilliance of the heavens, and her skin glowed with an otherworldly radiance. Every step she took left flowers blooming in her wake, and the very air seemed to hum with an intoxicating energy, as though nature itself was enthralled to her presence. The winds, guided by the playful Zephyrus, carried her to the island's heart, where the Horae, the goddesses of the seasons, awaited her. They adorned her in garments finer than any woven by mortal hands, draping her in silken robes and crowning her with a diadem of gold and precious gems. From that moment on, she was Aphrodite, the goddess who would forever be the embodiment of love and beauty. Her arrival did not go unnoticed by the gods of Olympus. Zeus, the king of the gods, was the first to recognize the potential chaos her beauty could unleash. He foresaw the wars and heartbreak that would follow wherever she tread, for men and gods alike would compete for her favor. To temper her influence, Zeus decided to bind her to a husband. One whose demeanor was as unyielding as hers was alluring. He chose Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. Though Hephaestus was known for his skill and creativity, he was not a god of great beauty. His form was marked by a limp, a reminder of his fall from Olympus as a child. Yet his heart was kind, and his love for Aphrodite was genuine. Despite her initial reluctance, the two were wed in a ceremony that united the fiery forge with the gentle tides of love. But Aphrodite's heart could not be constrained by the bonds of marriage. Her beauty was a force of nature, and her desires flowed freely, touching gods and mortals alike. Among her many lovers was Ares, the god of war, whose fiery passion matched her own. Their union was one of tumult and intensity, a dance of love and conflict that neither could resist. The affair between Aphrodite and Ares did not remain a secret for long. Helios, the all-seeing sun god, witnessed their clandestine meetings and carried the tale to Hephaestus. Consumed by jealousy, Hephaestus crafted a trap, a finely woven net of unbreakable bronze. He set it over their shared bed, and when next Aphrodite and Ares met, they were ensnared. Hephaestus called upon the other gods to witness their humiliation, but the laughter of the gods only deepened the rift between husband and wife. Despite her many entanglements, Aphrodite's influence extended far beyond her personal relationships. She was the patroness of lovers, the muse of poets, and the source of countless legends. Her gifts were both a blessing and a curse, for love in all its forms, passionate, tender, destructive, was her domain. One of the most enduring tales of Aphrodite's power began with a golden apple. At the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, the goddess Eris, uninvited and resentful, cast a golden apple inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." 3 goddesses laid claim to the prize: Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom, and Aphrodite herself. Unable to resolve the dispute, they turned to Paris, a mortal prince of Troy, to serve as their judge. Each goddess sought to sway Paris with promises of power, wisdom, or beauty. Hera offered him dominion over all the lands of the earth. Athena promised him unmatched wisdom and skill in battle. But it was Aphrodite who won his favor, with a promise that no mortal man could resist. She would grant him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. That woman was Helen, wife of King Menelaus of Sparta. Paris's choice set in motion a chain of events that would lead to the Trojan War. A conflict that spanned a decade and brought untold suffering to both mortals and gods. Yet even as armies clashed and cities burned, Aphrodite's role in the war revealed her dual nature, both tender and fierce. She protected Paris on the battlefield, shielding him from harm, and she comforted Helen, whose beauty had become a curse. Aphrodite's interventions were not limited to grand epics and legendary battles. She also played a role in the lives of ordinary mortals, often with consequences that were as unpredictable as they were profound. One such tale involved Pygmalion, a sculptor who had grown disillusioned with the women of his time. In his solitude, he carved a statue of a woman so beautiful and perfect that he fell in love with his own creation. Moved by his devotion, Aphrodite brought the statue to life, granting Pygmalion the love he so desperately sought. The statue, now a living woman named Galatea, became his companion, and their love was a testament to the goddess's power to bridge the gap between the ideal and the real. Yet not all who sought Aphrodite's favor were met with kindness. The tale of Hippolytus serves as a stark reminder of her wrath. A devotee of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, Hippolytus shunned the worship of Aphrodite and rejected the pleasures of love. Offended by his disdain, Aphrodite orchestrated his downfall, manipulating events that led to his tragic demise. Her stories are as varied as the facets of love itself, sometimes joyous, sometimes sorrowful, but always compelling. Through them all, Aphrodite remains a paradox, a goddess whose beauty inspires both adoration and envy, whose love brings both bliss and anguish, and whose influence touches every corner of existence. Even now, as her name is spoken and her stories are told, Aphrodite's essence lingers in the world around us. She is in the blush of first love, the ache of longing, the elation of passion, and the bittersweet pang of heartbreak. She is the laughter of lovers, and the tears of the broken-hearted. She is the flower that blooms in spring, and the wave that kisses the shore. As we journey through her tales, we are reminded that love, like Aphrodite herself, is both a blessing and a burden, a force that shapes our lives in ways we can never fully understand. And though the gods of Olympus may fade into legend, the power of love endures, eternal and unyielding, as radiant as the goddess who embodies it. The goddess's presence was not confined to the grand myths of heroes or the sprawling events of the gods. Aphrodite often ventured into the quieter corners of the mortal world, where her influence wove itself into the everyday lives of men and women. She was drawn to the simple expressions of love and devotion, and it was here, among the ordinary lives of mortals, that her gifts and her wrath could be most keenly felt. One such story unfolded in the lush fields of ancient Cyprus, where a young shepherd named Anchises tended his flock. Anchises was a mortal of extraordinary beauty, so much so that even the gods took notice of him, but it was Aphrodite who saw him and felt her heart stir, a rare reversal, for it was she who usually inspired desire in others. Determined to experience the love of a mortal, Aphrodite descended from Olympus, disguising herself as a mortal woman. She appeared before Anchises in the guise of a maiden of surpassing beauty, her radiant presence enhanced by the subtle power of her divinity. Anchises, captivated by her allure, welcomed her into his home, unaware of her true identity. The two spent a night together, their union a blend of mortal passion and divine enchantment. When morning came, Aphrodite revealed herself to Anchises, her divine form shimmering like the dawn. Anchises, overcome with awe and fear, fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. But Aphrodite reassured him, her voice as soft as the breeze, that their union had been a blessing, not a curse. From their union came a son, Aeneas, who would grow to become one of the most significant figures in Greek and Roman mythology. Aeneas, guided by the protection of his divine mother, would survive the fall of Troy, and embark on a journey that would lead to the founding of Rome. Through him, Aphrodite's legacy would extend far beyond the shores of Greece, shaping the destiny of empires. Yet even as she fostered the growth of heroes, Aphrodite's actions often brought heartbreak and turmoil. Her beauty and influence made her a target of both love and envy, and her relationships with mortals and gods alike were fraught with tension. Among her most famous entanglements was her connection to Adonis, a mortal whose fate was intertwined with both love and tragedy. Adonis was a youth of extraordinary beauty, so much so that both Aphrodite and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, fell in love with him. When the two goddesses quarreled over his affections, Zeus himself was called upon to mediate. His judgment was to divide Adonis's time equally between the two, allowing him to spend 1/3 of the year with Aphrodite, 1/3 with Persephone, and the remaining third wherever he chose. Adonis, however, chose to spend his free time with Aphrodite, drawn to her warmth and charm. Their love was a source of joy for the goddess, who cherished their time together, but their happiness was not to last. Adonis, a skilled hunter, was fatally wounded by a wild boar during one of his excursions. As he lay dying, Aphrodite rushed to his side, her tears mingling with his blood. From their union of grief and love, a flower was born, the anemone, a symbol of fleeting beauty and fragile life. Adonis's death left a lasting scar on Aphrodite's heart, a reminder that even the goddess of love was not immune to loss and sorrow. Yet it also served as a testament to the depth of her capacity for love, a love that transcended even the boundaries of life and death. Aphrodite's stories, both grand and intimate, reveal a goddess who embodies the complexities of love in all its forms. She's not a figure of simplistic beauty or shallow desire. She's a force of nature, as multifaceted as the emotion she governs. Her love can inspire the heights of joy and the depths of despair, bringing together the divine and the mortal in a dance that is both eternal and ever-changing. As the centuries passed, the worship of Aphrodite evolved, adapting to the cultures and beliefs of those who revered her. In some traditions, she became Venus, the Roman goddess who retained many of her Greek counterparts' attributes, while taking on new dimensions. In others, she was seen as a symbol of the divine feminine, a representation of beauty, fertility, and the power of creation. Aphrodite roamed the lush, rolling hills of Cyprus, where the air carried the faint fragrance of wildflowers and the song of birds wove a melody of life and renewal. She often walked among mortals unseen, her curiosity for their simple lives drawing her close. It was during one such stroll that she came upon a mortal named Melanion, a young man who knelt in despair beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree. His face was marked with frustration, his hands gripping a small, weathered scroll. Sensing his anguish, Aphrodite, cloaked in the guise of a simple traveler, approached. "What troubles you so deeply?" she asked, her voice warm and kind, like the first rays of sunlight after a storm. Melanion looked up, startled by her presence, but quickly captivated by her serene beauty. "It is love," he said, his words heavy with despair. "I have fallen for Atalanta, the swiftest and most beautiful woman in all of Greece, but she will marry only the man who can outrun her in a race, and I am no match for her speed." Aphrodite's lips curved into a soft smile. "And yet you have come to this grove seeking answers, have you not?" Melanion nodded. "I pray to the gods for help, but none have answered." Moved by his devotion and his longing, Aphrodite decided to intervene. She retrieved 3 golden apples from her satchel, their surfaces gleaming with an otherworldly light. "Take these," she said, placing them in Melanion's hands. "During the race, drop them one by one to distract Atalanta. She will not resist their beauty, and you will gain the time you need to win." Melanion stared at the apples in awe, gratitude flooding his heart. "Who are you to offer such a gift?" But Aphrodite simply smiled, her form shimmering faintly in the sunlight. "A friend," she said, before vanishing like a whisper carried on the wind. The day of the race arrived, and the air buzzed with anticipation. Atalanta stood at the starting line, her figure poised and confident, her golden hair tied back as if the very winds were her allies. Melanion stood beside her, nervous but resolute, the golden apples hidden within his tunic. When the race began, Atalanta surged forward like a flash of lightning, her feet barely touching the ground. Melanion struggled to keep up, his lungs burning with the effort, but as Aphrodite had instructed, he reached into his tunic and pulled out the first golden apple. He tossed it ahead, and the apple landed on the path, its brilliance catching the light. Atalanta, unable to resist its allure, slowed and stooped to pick it up, marveling at its beauty. Melanion seized the moment and gained precious ground. Twice more, he repeated the trick, each apple delaying Atalanta just long enough for him to edge closer to victory. As they neared the finish line, Atalanta sprinted with all her might, her eyes blazing with determination, but Melanion, driven by love and guided by Aphrodite's blessing, crossed the finish line first. Far from mortal eyes, on the sunlit shores of Paphos, Aphrodite often retreated to her sacred groves, where time seemed to slow and the world felt suspended in a perpetual state of beauty. It was here, among the gentle rustle of olive branches and the delicate scent of blooming roses, that she found a sense of peace. However, even in this sanctuary, the goddess's life was far from quiet. One day, as she bathed in the crystal-clear waters of a secluded spring, the nymphs who served her spoke of a commotion in the mortal world. A king of the Aegean islands, Nissos, had defied her sacred rites, tearing down a temple built in her honor to construct a fortress instead. The affront was unforgivable. Aphrodite rose from the waters, her golden hair cascading like liquid sunlight over her shoulders. Her eyes, usually warm and inviting, now burned with a fiery determination. She could not allow such disrespect to go unpunished. Disguising herself as a wandering merchant, she traveled to the fortress under the guise of offering rare and precious wares. Jewels that shimmered with the light of dawn, perfumes that carried the essence of her divine gardens, and silks finer than the touch of the softest breeze. The king, lured by the promise of wealth and power, welcomed her eagerly. As the days passed, Aphrodite wove her way into the court, charming not just the king but everyone around him. Her laughter filled the halls, and her presence seemed to make the very air sweeter. Yet beneath her enchanting exterior she plotted her revenge. One evening, during a grand feast in her honor, Aphrodite revealed her true form. The light of her divinity filled the hall, blinding and inspiring. The courtiers fell to their knees, trembling before her, while the king could only stare in stunned silence. "You dared to defile my temple!" Aphrodite's voice rang out, as powerful as the crashing waves. "You replaced my sacred space with walls of stone and greed. For this your lineage shall suffer the consequences of your hubris." As she spoke, the fortress walls began to crumble, the ground beneath trembled, and vines burst forth from the earth, reclaiming the land that had been taken. The once mighty king fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness, but Aphrodite turned her back on him, her judgment absolute. The fortress was reduced to ruins, and the king's family was cursed to wander as exiles, forever reminded of the goddess they had wronged. The temple she had once cherished was restored by those who remained, now more devoted than ever to honoring her. Aphrodite, satisfied that her wrath had served its purpose, returned to her sanctuary, the peaceful groves of Paphos. Yet her thoughts were already drifting to the next chapter of her existence, for a goddess of love and beauty was never idle. She was drawn to where passion burned brightest, where the complexities of love and desire wove their intricate webs. Aphrodite turned her gaze toward a distant city-state nestled along the shores of the Aegean, a place where her influence had not yet fully taken root. This was the city of Sparta, known for its rigid discipline and devotion to war, a place where love and beauty were often overshadowed by the clamor of swords and shields. Yet Aphrodite, ever drawn to the places where her gifts were needed most, decided it was time to leave her mark. In the heart of Sparta lived a mortal woman named Helen, a princess renowned for her beauty, said to rival even the gods. Helen's radiance was whispered about far and wide, and Aphrodite watched her from afar with both admiration and curiosity. Helen was a mortal who bore the potential to become a living vessel for Aphrodite's ideals, an embodiment of love's power to inspire and transform. But Helen's life was not her own. She had been wed to Menelaus, the king of Sparta, in a union of political convenience rather than passion. Though Menelaus admired her beauty, their love lacked the fire that Aphrodite so cherished. It was in this setting of constraint that Aphrodite began to weave her divine intervention. The opportunity came when Paris, a prince of Troy, arrived in Sparta as an envoy. Paris, though mortal, had once been touched by the gods. He had judged a contest between Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, declaring Aphrodite the fairest in exchange for a promise, the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Now, guided by fate and the goddess's will, Paris found himself in the presence of Helen. Aphrodite descended to the mortal plane, invisible to human eyes but ever present in the air that surrounded them. She whispered into Helen's heart, awakening feelings she had long buried. To Paris she gave the courage to speak words that would set his destiny into motion. As the days passed, the bond between Helen and Paris grew stronger, their connection a spark that defied the boundaries of duty and tradition. Aphrodite, watching from the shadows, felt a surge of satisfaction. This was love, as she envisioned it, bold, unyielding, and transformative. And when the time came for Paris to return to Troy, he could not bear to leave without Helen. With Aphrodite's blessing, he spirited her away, their departure a whirlwind of passion and defiance. Yet the goddess knew that this act would not go unnoticed. Love, after all, often walked hand in hand with conflict. The abduction of Helen ignited the Trojan War, a clash of nations that would reshape the ancient world. As armies uproared and the skies darkened with the smoke of battle, Aphrodite watched over Paris and Helen, her protection unwavering. She guided Paris's arrows, shielded him from harm, and ensured that the love she had fostered endured, even in the face of chaos. But Aphrodite's role in the war extended beyond her favoritism for Paris and Helen. On the battlefield she moved unseen, influencing the hearts of warriors and leaders alike. She whispered words of longing and despair, turning the tide of battles with the power of emotion rather than brute force. Yet her involvement came at a cost. One fateful day, Aphrodite herself entered the fray, stepping onto the battlefield to protect her beloved Paris. As she shielded him from the blows of the Greek hero Diomedes, she was wounded, a rare injury for a goddess. Blood, as golden as sunlight, flowed from her arm, and she retreated to Olympus. Her pride stung as much as her body.